time we all stand up. Stop lying to yourself and be true to yourself, and that might be we both can exceed destiny. So let's shout it out. You must feel love, but not like by your side. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall, to be over and over again. Keep the flame alive. I want to feel you here right now. You are the place, my only hope. I know, I know, I know. Yeah, we can one day. We spread like flowers in the sky. No matter where I'm by your side. I know, I know, I know. You and I, let's fly the soul that we're together. Can't feel my habits, so take my hand to them tomorrow. The crowd that can let it be, you give me strength and give me pain. To take me darkness, let's fall yeah, in love. Spark just like Hibana. Light up like Hibana.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Now you'll learn!
Now or never.
Chinese inferno cockpit! How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly? Blah blah blah. Air thrust! Charge telepathy!
Too fast! Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Sorry, Astro, but this
That's
fight
my
ends here!
cue!
Cut him down!
Now, Asuna!
Right! Astral energy!
Say no more! Could have been worse.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shiny man?
Brace yourselves! This one's tough!
Can't get out of this!
Tempest World!
I can carve through walls! Radiant light!
You need me no choice! By the power of flame! Finish without a trace!
Allow me to help.
Its armor's too strong!
Split it open!
Be like it!
Seven lines of regeneration!
Into the shadows!
Allow me to help.
Here I go! Into the shadows!
The enemy wields arts too.
Here I go! We'll soon see about that! That'll bring you down!
Sorry, but this fight ends here!
Now!
Right! Now! Elton! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Shine! Radiant light!
By the power of flame!
Nothing gets by me!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! And level it to me! Shine! I'm ready!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Illuminate the
Radiant light!
surface!
Regeneration!
Laser spear! Fierce evil! Freeze!
Smash you!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me. This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Danon. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah, it was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control symbols like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master core?
What the? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handled the suit, then we get some answers.
Another incantation ruined. It's in your hands now.
Stay away from my friend!
Firmament render! Here, let me help! First aid! Here's a healing art! First aid! Here, let me help! First aid! Here's a healing art! First aid! Here, let me help! First aid! First aid!
Resonate with the earth. Can't get out of this.
Lightning is dead! Take it!
Negative gate. Resonate with the earth.
Mega ray! Here's a healing! Here, let me help! First aid! Here's a healing art! Here, let me help! First aid! By the power of flame! Finish without a trace! Lightning Here, let me help. First aid!
Now, while it's reeling!
Here, take it down! There! Go!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara! Fight it! Go! It's over! Here, let me help! Here, let me help! First aid!
Anything in armor is all mine! In a bind?
Here's a healing art! Arrows fall! Sorry. Mega Ray!
Couldn't make it in
Ready to
time.
go!
Law, get toasty!
Burn strike! From beyond,
Mega
imbue
Ray!
this vanquish.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
From
Here I
beyond,
go! Go! I'm only
burn
getting...
it hell! Resuscitation!
Here, let me help! First aid! Still got some fight left in me. Here's a healing art! First aid! Magic is there! Freeze! Far enough! Take it!
Resonate with the air!
Here, let me help! First aid!
From beyond, imbue this, prepare to be sealed!
Here, let me help! First aid! Got some fight left in me.
Demon Land!
Magic is there! Freeze, Lancer! You get to get it.
You'll pay for that!
More for the stockpile!
Double demon fang!
Help this! Magic is there!
This one's
I'm
mine!
almost impressed.
High praise.
Mega Ray! I said almost. Don't get carried away. Mega Ray! Arch Steel! Graviton Field!
Demon fang!
Magic is there! Reload!
Demon fang!
Searing Flame! Reload!
Leave the chargers to me!
Double demon!
Mega Ray! Here, let me help. First aid! Here's a healing art! First aid! Here, let me help. First aid! It's about to strike! Here's a healing art! First
Storm,
aid!
everyone!
Sorry.
Double demon fang!
Here, let me help. First aid!
Demon fang! I can carve through armor! Double demon fang!
Ready to go!
Come on, guys. Just hang in
Here's a
there.
healing... I don't intend to lose.
Right. We'll come back even stronger.
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Listen to it! Hurricane Swirl! Rising Phoenix!
Here, let me help. First aid!
With the soul with light!
Here, let me help. First aid! Let the marksman handle this. Fight left in me. Here's a healing art. First aid!
Negative gain!
Just what I need.
Might with blackened blade!
There!
Time to steal some hurt!
Help this! Lightning orb! Illuminate the power of flame! Finish the orb!
No further!
Can't be happening! Now!
Forgive me.
Go, Halim!
All yours, Kisara! Now it's just her! Faria! Faria!
She's preparing another summoning! The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Go, Halim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up.
All I can do is heal her physically. We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion,
Huh?
thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service. I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent. Soon, you might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How did they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, sovereigns and forbidden zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah. We wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now. Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori.
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Elfin. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Elfin.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me. And made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place, We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori?
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, Forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat, too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Xion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Xion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't! You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah! We can protect the world and save Xion at the same time!
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Xion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Xion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
Is the reason for your curse.
the thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Alvin. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Dance on the wind!
Be still!
Eat dirt! Close one! Thermalane render! Mega ray!
Regeneration!
Steering flare! Reload!
Let us take to the
One
front.
more!
Let us take
Here's
this.
a healing arc! First, don't leave me! Here's another! Magic is
From
there!
beyond,
Air thrust!
imbue this
Like
vanquished
that,
soul
you get
with
the
love.
death! Freeze Lancer! Blah, blah, blah!
Shine!
Air thrust!
Force of regeneration!
And again! I'm only getting
Being
started!
interrupted.
By the power of flame! Finish without a trace!
Force of
Lightning
regeneration!
control
Regenerate!
explosion!
In your hands now.
Purge malevolence! Arcane
Armor won't
waterfall!
save you!
Freeze Lancer! Blah, blah, blah! Then air thrust! Photon... You get to death! I'll bring you back from death abyss! Resuscitation! Light astral energy! Illuminate the dark! I'll bring you back from death abyss! Resuscitation! Deeply darkness! Here's a healing arc! First aid! Confiscated!
Blood.
I'm ready! Lightning orb! Like crazy cascade! Magic is there! I'll be saving this one! Here, let me help! First aid!
Forgive me.
No more playing nice! Here, let me help! First aid! Here's a healing arc! First aid!
Stalagmite.
Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp!
In a bind?
Gravitas field!
From beyond.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
From beyond. Imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation.
Here, let me help! First aid! Lightning orb! Illuminate the blah blah blah! Holy lamp! By the power of soul!
You'll pay for that!
Energy!
From beyond. Imbue this
Terminate
vanquished
render!
soul with life.
Ready!
Resuscitation.
Arrow squall!
Shine.
I can't
Radiant
lose!
light. Shine.
Raging!
Another incantation ruined. Shine. Radiant light.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation!
Shine. Radiant light.
Will this help?
Regenerate.
Healing circle!
Don't suffer in silence. The earth throbs in
By the
pain.
power of flame! Finish! If it's
No
in the
further.
sky, it's mine! Illuminate the dark! Explosion! Holy glimmer! Holy lance! Explode!
Anything in order is all mine.
Here goes! Sword
Shine.
thrust!
Radiant light.
Radiant
Burn.
light!
Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Denied.
More with that kick!
Now you see what I can do.
Thanks! Just like lightning rage! Here's a healing arc! First aid! Mega ray! By the power of flame! Finish without a trace!
Radiant light.
Sleep now!
Burn in hell.
Explosion!
Regenerate.
More with that kick!
Here I come.
Mega ray! Lightning condensed! Here's a healing arc! Illuminate! Magic is there! Holy land! I'll heal you all! Healing circle! Tempest swirl!
They smite with black flame.
happening?
I couldn't make it in time.
In here! Ready to go!
This is some punishment. No rest for the wicked.
Go time!
Lasting shock.
What was I thinking?
Vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation.
First aid! Here, let me help. Here, let me help. First aid!
Resuscitation.
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Double demon face. Blood. Bloody howling.
Let the marksman handle this!
Double
First
demon
aid!
face.
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Bloody howling. Double demon.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation!
This one's mine. Regenerate.
Mega ray! I still have... It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Dance in the wind! Sighted!
Double demon face.
Sleep now!
Regeneration.
Here, let me help! First aid!
It's in your
Will
hands
this
now.
help?
Stay away from my friends.
Healing circle! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Holy land! Resuscitation!
It's on.
Vanquish darkness!
Sonic thrust. Blind you into destruction.
Divine crisis! Mega ray!
Ready and real. Radiant light.
Arcane water! Radiant healing!
Demon tank.
More
demon
tile! Shining supernova! More where that came from!
Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
Radiant
Now you see what I can do. Let us take to the fray.
Mega dance in the wind!
Rising Wyvern.
Air thrust!
Rising Phoenix. Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
By the power of flame! Vanish without
Can't get out of this.
May 1,000 gales carry you
Ignite.
to drag! Here I go!
Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate. It's this.
Don't give up! Darkness! Here's a healing
From
art!
beyond,
First
imbue
aid!
this
Here,
vanquished
let me help!
soul.
Divine aid!
Resuscitation.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Double demon
Resuscitation!
face.
Not in your dreams! Dance in the wind!
demon
In here! More
Nothing gets by me!
Regeneration wave.
More with that game!
He who prepares is free from regret.
Right hands are in blast A new lease on life! Natural energy! Where did that came from? Explode now! I'll be saving this way! Time to burn! I'm out of ammo!
Soaring Alpha. Light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
I owe you.
Rising Wyvern.
I owe you. Radiant spear!
Burn. They smite with blackened blade.
Here I go.
I'm ready. Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone!
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
Too late! You can't stay here!
We need to go. Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run. Never forget, I am the one who devours everything, who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law! I am...
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renaissance too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
dispose of the trash.
You can't get out of this!
Sleep now. Confiscated. Explosion!
Too late to talk over our differences?
Bring the fire support! Just mine.
Bleeding!
Sighted.
They smite with blackened blade!
Too much to handle? I never miss. Magic.
Listen!
Mega ray. Here comes mine.
Sorry, but this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right. Astral energy.
Say no more!
I'm ready!
Here I go. One more.
Regenerate.
Astral energy.
Don't suffer in silence.
Raging cascade. Radiant sleep now. Here I go. Got you.
I'm ready.
Redwell. Astral energy. Full throttle. Barely a blip on our radar.
Get out of this! Sword Ring
Raging storm! Explosion!
Burn in hell!
Your reflexes will not serve you well.
Here! Take it! Take it down! Mega ray! Water blade!
Negative gate! Dragon form!
Scorch earth!
Shine! Radiant light!
Health stick! Radiant emerald! Explode!
Megasonic thrust! Too fast!
Mega ray!
Stand back. I'll check it out.
Radiant light! Mega ray!
Shine!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Shine!
You're
Radiant
open.
light!
And
Force
again.
of regeneration!
You're mine.
Regenerate!
Allow me to help you.
Mega ray!
Allow me to help
Graviton field!
Lightning thrust!
Here I go! In the wind! Mega ray!
Air
I'll
pressure!
be saving this
Doing
one!
demon blade!
blood.
Rending you apart! Bloody...
Seems about right to me.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Elda Menancia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But It can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan's society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Tarnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis. Back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master, that's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
Thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down. You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too. Whew!
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk!
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Date Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrecht 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here. Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renus Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevrecht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Have you guys lived up here in Deg Faisal with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, But it happened so long ago.
Hevrek 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge... But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So... to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is... well... I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad. and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose
the thing that's most important. What I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me. To fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
To say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
It Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Xion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm with you, Xion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion. If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the great astral spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the Thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Heverick 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once...
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, Don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I think I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
What?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Everett 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already. You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Xion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Xion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Xion,
No, You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrect 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
This looks so good. I almost want to have it all to myself.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Ren.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever. Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Not in your dreams! Explosion!
You're mine! There!
None shall escape my judgment!
Shine! Radiant light! Pulse of regeneration! This is looking good! Now I can let loose!
Sorry.
But this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right! Now! Here's the healing arm!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Shine! Radiant
Light
light!
Astral
You're
Energy!
mine!
It's
Sword Rain out! Here I come!
Thank you, Kathleen.
I only gave my only other...
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Alphen,
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
don't get careless.
Don't tell me! Take this!
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Radiant light!
These little
Eyes of
inverts break the
regeneration.
warmer!
Regenerate! Demon
Denied!
Now I can let loose!
Divine strength! Radiant pierce!
Eagle Ray!
Bring you down!
This one's mine!
Chance on the wind!
Radiant pelvis! Mega ray!
Black
By the power of
Too
the
fast!
Avenger!
Stand
Vanish without
back!
a trace!
I'll trip it up.
Take this!
Explosion! There! Ready! Take it! Have this!
I'm ready!
Alphen! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Swallow blade! Elusive
Take
demon!
it! Have this! Mega ray! Here I go! Into the shadows!
I'll blind you with a shot! It's go time!
And again! Mega ray!
Swallow blade!
Arcane waterfall! Mega ray!
Win!
I'll be saving this
I'll
one!
face you.
Mega ray!
Here I come!
Raging storm!
Rotating pile
Into
drive.
the shadows! One at a time! Take it! Go! You're mine!
I'm ready!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I must keep striving.
You can ease off yourself.
Pot calls the kettle black.
Good advice for all of us, to be honest.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action.
Concentrate! Take it! One more!
I can shatter any steel!
Yours are not the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
There's an end, Calvin.
Blah, blah, blah. Feel! Get out of there with the others!
Can't get out of this!
Here I go! One more! The water just creates blah, blah, blah,
blood,
magic!
rending you apart!
Mega Ray! Tidal Radiant!
Bloody howling! On your
Burning Strike! Into the shadows! Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Radiant Light!
Don't suffer! Be still! Rising focus!
Raging
Arts are being interrupted.
Where are you going? Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Burn!
Go! Magic is there! Confiscated! Burning!
Another incantation ruined.
Forward up!
Finish it!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Shine!
Reinforcements?
Radiant light!
Here's
Force of regeneration!
You're mine!
Regeneration!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on one another?
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Radiant clear! Shine! Taste it! I'm only getting started!
We turn the tables on them!
There are still more left!
Right!
Eat
No
dirt!
time to hold back!
Here I go! And again!
Armor won't save you!
Into the shadows! Thousand gales! Tear you to shreds!
You picked the wrong fight!
Take Dusty now! I never fit!
Your style is beautiful.
Got you! Dance in the wind!
Demon Fang!
Air lock! Explode! Help this!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Crossblade!
Rising
Go get me! Get the dip!
No further!
You get the dip! Air thrust! Go! Let them learn!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
More?
Can you take
now!
it to it?
One more!
Force flash! Shine! Radiant light! Reverse of regenerate! Regenerate!
Healing circle!
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
More where that came from!
You just pull myself.
Radiant light!
Shattering the
Breathe in! Here you
Radiant might with blackened blade!
Into the shadows!
Execution!
Radiant light! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
More?
No defense!
Rising water! Burn in hell! Prepare to be sealed! Denied!
Demon
Rising light! More? I'll smash you!
Into the shadows!
Rising light!
Tear you to shreds!
Rising Falcon!
Burning
Take
fire!
this!
Finish it!
Confiscated! There! Got you!
Crush!
Mega Ray!
Radiant light!
Into the shadows!
Regeneration! Regenerate!
Gravitas shield! Raging cascade! Mega Ray!
All mine!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Shine!
Rising
Radiant
light!
light! Regenerate! Regenerate!
Raging fire!
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. Glad you're on our side.
Explode! I'm ready! Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
More?
Radiant light! Mega Ray! Take this! Radiant here! Damn it! You're open! One more! You're mine! Ready to go! Burning light!
You picked the wrong fight!
Dance in the wind! Seal! Burning strike!
No further!
Surrender!
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regenerate! Regenerate!
Watch and weep! Radiant!
Suffer in silence!
Take it! Radiant
Can you
here!
take it?
Got you! I'm only getting where you go! If it's in the sky, it's mine! Mega Ray! Here I go! Got you! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Come forth naturally! Got you! One more time! Explode! Lightning condemned! Mirror sweep! Thunderblade! Illuminate Ray! Magic is here! Here I go! Holy light! Into the shadows!
Force of regenerate! Regenerate!
Firmament treasure! Here!
Okay,
here I go! Got you! You're mine! Seal!
They smite with blackened blade!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Flow! I can do this all day! To burn!
Raging Fang!
Big with darkness! And again! Mega Ray! Divine! Too much to handle!
I don't feel like my usual self. Are you alright? Let me handle this one. So sorry to disappoint you.
Healing circle! There! One more! I'm only getting started!
Ignite!
Big with darkness! Here I go! That'll bring you down!
I owe you one.
Now!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! You don't mess around! One more! It's over! Mega Ray! Lightning right here!
Rending you apart!
Spread! I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zeugles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we... This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Take arrow squall! These things really get on my nerves. A freezing storm!
We got fire!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
I'm only getting started!
Scream bathed in blood.
Rending you a bloody howling! Rising serpent!
Into the shadows! A freezing storm! Now, my tornado!
Blow them away!
Firmament Ranger!
I'll take you all on!
Mega Ray! Darkness!
Air pressure! Take Rising Wyvern!
Stalagmite!
Shuffling Flash!
Here! Radiant
Raining Thrust! Rising Falcon!
Mega Ray!
Resonate with the earth! Take this!
Do it!
River!
Astral Energy!
Say no more! Shut!
Well done! Back into the fray!
You're mine! Air pressure! Vacuum Blade! Resonate with the earth! Incinerate Blade!
Bathed in blood.
I'm not done! Rending you apart! Bloody howling! Take this! Orochi's Fury! There!
Now!
Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang!
So I still had room to grow.
Hi, Hoodle!
No further!
Stay calm. I shall provide assistance.
Not today! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Is that a ring art? It is. I can't ignore the pain. I'll try to be more careful.
No escape!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me.
Sword Ray Alpha! Orochi's Fury!
Freeze Lancer! You get dead by the field!
Raining Thrust!
More for the doctor!
Sword Ray Alpha!
Sorry.
But this fight ends here! Go faster!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Don't tell me!
Radiant light! I shall ensure you survive this!
Freezing storm!
I knew your death, Goku. And tonight's meal is on you.
You got it!
I'm only getting started!
Stand back! I'll trip it up!
Double Demon Fang!
Can't get out of this!
Double Demon Fang!
One more!
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to do more.
Forgive
me.
This
is my fault.
I can carve through armor!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Far enough! You're mine! Waters of creation! I'll heal you all! Healing circle!
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. Okay, glad you're on us.
So weak!
Quit pushing yourself and get behind us!
I'll be right as rain in no time!
I could do without this pain!
Another incantation ruined.
Sorry, but this fight ends here! Go faster!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
Shine!
Here I go!
Thrilling performance! Easter!
Far beyond
Regenerate!
the darkest stars! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Soaring Light Spear!
Sight and again!
Rending you apart!
Bloody holiday!
Ready to go! Healing circle! Please focus!
Shine! Radiant light!
There! It's over!
Ignite!
Stay away from my friend! Hold nothing back!
Thank you for the healing, Dohalim.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
No one is dying on our watch.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Demon Fang!
Shine!
Double
Radiant!
Demon Fang!
I'm ready!
It's over! Astral energy! Full throttle!
I think I'm getting stronger.
The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden. So,
perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone?
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
I'll heal you all!
Now you see what I can do!
Far enough! Everlasting
Maybe this game is starting with the
It's over! In here! Radiant flash! Get on in there with the others!
Here I go! And again! Radiant flash! I'm only getting started! Prime and red form! A freezing storm!
Sorry, but this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
In an instant! Impact block!
efforts are bearing fruit.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
Oh, this looks nice. Tough?
Get lost! I'll heal you all! Healing circle!
It can hide itself? From me?
Here I go! How's this?
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
Shine! Radiant!
Cleaver for regeneration!
Regenerate!
Thank you.
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What our friends are for, we can't depend on them.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Supernova! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! Explosion!
Not today!
Here I go! One more! By the power of flame! Vanish! Bring you down!
No dawn!
Now you see what I can do!
Shine! Radiant light!
Radiant by the power of
Regenerate!
Air by the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Take this!
Light astral energy!
Can't get out of this!
Firmament render!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara!
Deny!
There!
So you clamor for my true power?
Render! Vanish without a trace!
Regenerate!
He who prepares is free from regret.
Lunar corruption!
Behold! The Earth's hope! Tectonic vision!
Here's a healing arc!
Begin!
Burn it!
Seismic rupture!
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
Leave the enemy's arcs to me!
Soaring blast! No complaint here!
Waterfall! Leave the ants here! This is coming handy!
Burn in hell!
Here, let me help! First aid! Sleep now!
I'll grind you with a shot!
I'm all stopped up!
I've been hit with something!
So even a man has its limits.
No,
No more
feeling
playing
so
nice!
great.
Art expert coming through!
You're bruised all over. Did you even notice?
Guess I got carried away.
I'm not always going to be around to heal you, you know.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing.
One come all!
Holy land! Explosion!
Let us take the fray. Our arts are being interrupted.
Help this! Gravity field!
Prepare to be
And this wall!
Eat dirt!
Light aspect!
Radiant light!
Vanish without a trace!
No further! Double demon fang!
Explosion!
Forgive me.
How is it?
You'll pay for that!
Mega ray!
Incineration wave!
Now! Shadow!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Scenic Cycla! Dance in the wind! In here!
Sonic Thrust!
This'll come in
Demon
handy!
fang! Double demon fang!
Sorry.
But this fight ends here! Let's go faster!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
I think I'm getting stronger.
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renis Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
we might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renis Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renin rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renins, Danans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different as someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
there will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
I wonder what Hilganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, Dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
Go no further!
This one's all mine. No one can break this night.
There! Lightning raging enemies by the power of flame!
No time.
Explosion!
Eat dirt! Shine! Radiant force! Here I come!
Lunar corruption!
You must be trying to kill me. I'm merely doing... I can to help.
Sorry.
But this fight ends here! Just go faster! Now, Asuna!
Right!
Shine!
Here I go!
Radiant light! No further! Win!
By the power of flame! Venice without a trace!
I can carve through this one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Okay, here I go!
Explosion!
Allow me to help.
One more! It's over! Lightning orb! Mega
I'm
ray!
right behind you!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Shine! The flame
Let
inside
me
me!
show you what my art
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on them?
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Can't get out of this!
Alright!
Demon
Showtime! Resurrection!
You are too human.
To stop you dying?
Right. Art requires complete focus!
You're mine! Double demon
Ready and rare!
Distort flames! Burn in hell!
Can't be chosen! Burn! Tunnel! Sword burn! Raging cascade! There you go! Go right up!
Can't get out of this!
Mega ray! There! Photon flash!
Shot!
Into the shadow! One at a
Force of
time!
regeneration!
Gotta hold this together!
Regenerate!
Mega maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
Finish
She
this!
is strong.
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclops!
The heavens must be smiling.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Get him, Hoodle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle!
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
Here goes! Radiant light! Boost of regeneration!
Ready to go!
A
freezing storm!
Healing art? It is.
Burn in hell!
Can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
Negative zero.
Sorry,
But this fight ends here! Go faster! Now, Asuna!
Right!
Stand back! Now trim it up!
Armor won't
save you!
Rending you apart!
Here! This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Shine! Radiant light!
Let me show you what my heart can do!
Take this!
I'm in your debt, Dohani. Then tonight's meal is on you. Keep going.
They smite with
Demon Fang! You're mine! By the power of three! Finish without a trace!
Your incantation ruined!
There!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Illuminate the dark!
Ready and ready! Demon Fang! Armor won't save you!
One more! You're mine! Mega Ray! Security!
Elusive deity! Rising Wyvern! Soaring blood!
Photon blast! Here in the wind!
Eat dirt!
In here!
Negative
Let's
gate!
get you out.
No further! Pierce!
Explosion!
Dragon
Lightning orb! I can handle it! Let's go! Mega Ray! There you go! Don't let go! Illuminate the dark!
Regenerate!
Radiant Blast!
Free from regret.
Radiant Spear! Take freezing Finish!
Double Demon Fang! This one's all mine! Radiant Light! Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight!
Resurrection! Sorry to trouble you. Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Radiant Spear! Radiant Spear! Now! Astral Energy!
Say no more. That astral energy was incredible.
I gave it everything I had.
We got some good equipment! You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zeugles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegus.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegus, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for?
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
Hi, Hoodle! There! How's this?
Begin!
Radiant light!
This is looking good! Come and face me! Demon Fang! Boost of regeneration! Regenerate! Double Demon Fang!
Lightning condemned!
I owe you one! Can't get out of this!
Sorry,
But this fight ends here! You'll go faster! Now, Asuna!
Right!
Win! Radiant
How's this? Here I go! Sing again!
Boost of regeneration!
Mega Ray! In here! By the power of There!
Double demon fang!
You're open!
Demon fang!
Go!
Double demon
I'm
fang!
only getting my finish without a trace!
Demon fang! Double demon fang!
Regenerate!
Okay, here I go! And on! By the power of flame! Finish without a trace! I won't lose!
Bathed in blood, rending you a bloody
In a bind?
Demon fang! Double demon fang!
Armor won't save you! Resonate with the earth!
Demon fang!
May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds!
Bathed in blood,
Got me
rending you
nailed!
a bloody
I won't give up!
You'll pay for that! Rising
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Imbue this vanquished soul with lust.
Demon fang! You picked the wrong fight!
I can't lose!
Radiant
Double
light,
demon fang!
of regeneration.
You've too much.
Demon fang!
Another incantation ruined.
These enemies aren't to me!
No complaints here!
Tempest Whirl! Here goes! I'm ready! Go get him! Explosion! Magic is there! There! Go!
Ready and ready!
Eat dirt!
Don't get in my way!
Something.
You need to be healed! Go!
How the mighty have
Only
fallen.
getting started! Tunnel! Raging Tempest!
Finish this!
Alvin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing.
We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Danans?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Danans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Danans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt. What do you think this place was for? Ah!
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Alganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegis. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedures somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What? With all the huge lumbering beasts lately.
It's no ordinary Zoogle. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
Here I go! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! Illuminate the dark! Explosion! Holy land! Radiant here! Radiant here!
I can handle it!
Its head is its weak point?
We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Soaring light spear! This one's mine!
Dance on the wind! Take it! One more by the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! Freeze Lancer! Explosion!
Radiant light!
You're mine!
Of regeneration! Regenerate!
It looks like you got this one covered! There! It's O by the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Can't get out of this!
Explosion! Tidal wave!
Double demon fang!
Think again! Now! Got you! Spear sweep!
Shine! Radiant light!
Ignite!
Power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Dragon swarm!
Explosion!
Stalagmite!
Double demon fang!
Rending you apart!
There! One more! Mega ray!
Nice work!
Negative gate! On your
Double demon fang! Crush!
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
ready and rare! Shine! Radiant light! Not now, not ever! Regenerate!
Allow me to help you.
Is that a healing art?
It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
One more! I'm only radiant here!
Sorry,
But this fight ends here! Just go faster!
Right! What my art can do!
No further!
Resurrection! Up and out! Begin! Raging storm! Lightning orb! There you go! Don't let up! Light astral magnet! Here! Do out! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
scream bathed in blood.
You're mine!
Negative Jake! Resonate with the
Infernal turret!
Annihilation! Mega Ray! Annihilation!
Sword Ring Alpha! Try this! Blended Blast!
I could do without this pain.
This one's all mine!
Eat
dirt!
Watch yourself. I owe you one.
Sense incredible
Your
power.
death, Doreen.
Then tonight's meal is on you.
Keep going.
Face Knight with blackened blade!
Here, let me help. Whoa!
Execution!
On your feet! Burning! Photon! Hard marvelous! Arc magnet!
Can't end here!
Sleep now! Get on in there with the others! Vanquish darkness! Divine! One more time! Resurrection! Illuminate the sun! Here I go! Go! That move!
Here comes the big one!
Hard malevolence!
Devastation!
Complete Denmark! Dance in the wind! Feel this!
Negative Jake!
Calculated! Display! Astral energy! One is right! What would it only show you what my art can do?
In a bind?
Resurrection!
Burn!
Begin! Take this!
Take it!
You're mine!
Have this! That'll bring you down!
Blow away! Catapult! Crush!
Illuminate the sun! Come forth, holy glimmer! Holy land! By the power of flame! Convert it without a trace! I won't give up!
Stay away from my friend!
Begin! The shattering of seasons! Imbue this vanquished soul with light! Armor won't save you!
Air thrust!
Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Eternal devastation!
This one is almost in the bag!
We're not done yet. Just falling back.
Then it's time for you to do what you do best! Resurrection!
You picked the wrong fight!
When did it come?
Being interrupted.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Can't get out of this!
They're not playing around!
Demon Fang!
Sighted!
Double
Got
Demon
it!
Fang!
No
Radiant
one can
Pierce!
break this night!
Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce!
Double Demon
Back into the fray!
I've used too much.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong.
You can be really dense, though, Helene.
Resurrection!
Everlasting, nothing gets by me!
Incineration Wave!
It's over!
It's on!
Let me show you what my art can do! Resurrection! Go!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out! Cross and rend! Pierce! Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce! I'm out of ammo! Raging Cascade! In here! I'm all stocked up! Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce!
I can carve through armor!
Swirl Blade!
Radiant Pierce!
Negative Jake!
Out of ammo! Mega Ray!
Swirl Blade!
Chinese Supernova! Raging Cascade! This can't be happening! Tempest! Here comes!
Dragon Swarm!
Now!
Finish it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests. What do you mean? You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dohalim's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zeugles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zeugles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
Indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zeugles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too?
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits above us. I pray that we won't encounter many stairs along the way.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a pessimist.
Win!
This is gonna need all of us together! Come on! Mega Ray!
Exploit the enemy's weakness!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus Roar! Lightning Radiant Pierce! Take it! Terminate it! Radiant Pierce! Mega Ray!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Is that a healing art?
It is. I can't ignore your pain. We'll try to be more careful.
Time to let it stay away from my friend! Do it! Double demon fang! Destruction!
Where are you going? Light Astral Force Malevolence! Our magic advantage!
Sorry.
But this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
Demon fang!
Vermin
Double
Surrender!
demon fang!
Arrow Squall!
Not today!
Resurrection! And again!
Fang!
It's over! Dance in the wind!
Rising Wyvern!
Mega Ray! Light Astral Force!
There! This one
Got
keeps
it.
charging us!
Now the chance!
Demon fang!
Now
Destruction!
you see what I can do!
By the power of
Yours
won't
to be let
lose!
free!
Mega Ray! Light Astral
I won't give up!
You'll pay for that!
hope this medicine works as promised.
Ignite! Any more, and I'll burn out. Destruction! Internal devastation!
Here I go!
Double demon fang!
Mega Ray! Handle! Magic is in! Freeze Lancer! Here I go! In here! Go! Let's get you up! It's over!
Double demon fang!
Thunder Here I go! Go!
You picked the wrong fight!
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace! Freeze Lancer! Flower!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! I never fit! Now!
Remote!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
We may be a touch beyond our depth.
We barely got a look at the thing.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers, too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renasalma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
Get lost! May 1,000
In a bind?
Be still!
Got me now!
Now you see what I can do!
There! They may look cute and stuff, but they're vicious! Take
On your knees.
one more!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly! These enemies aren't to me!
No complaint here!
Now, Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's
Here
time
I
to
go.
end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Rising Falcon! Now I can let loose!
We must be tired of killing you.
I'm merely doing what I can. Glad you're on our
Lightning Thrust! Let me free you of your power! Dispel!
Mega Ray! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Shine!
No threat!
Radiant light!
Got
Boost of regeneration!
Mega Ray!
Regenerate!
Radiant light! Sorry to trouble you.
I can feel my precision improving.
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renus Alma's here, right?
Don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrect 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renus Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks. Both of you.
Retreat if you know what's good for you.
Dance in the wind! Sweet now. That'll come in handy. Not in your dreams. Here I go. Go! The wings won't save you from me. Radiant here!
Got fire!
I've got
Victory is within
Let a marksman handle it.
All yours!
Gale Force! One more!
An astral launch?
That's my cue. That'll bring you down.
Shut him down!
Here I go! Arsenal fire complete! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you!
Take this!
Radiant here! Sight! Go!
Begin! I can carve through armor! Take this!
Thunder! Here goes! Sight! And again! Radiant light! Annihilation!
Rising Viper!
Here I go! Arctic waterfall! Seal!
Scream.
Take this! This one's all mine!
Mega Ray! Sight! And again! Mega Ray! Here I go!
Ignite!
Mega Ray! I can do this all day! Graviton Seal!
This isn't looking good!
Seal!
Here I go!
Get on in there with the others!
Allow me to help
Resonate with the earth!
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
More incoming! Here I go!
Can you take it?
This'll come in handy!
Take this!
Cow Blade! There! House it by the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
I can carve through armor!
Be swirled! Explode! Light axe magic is there! Thunder Blade!
Finish it!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! More Suko?
No, keep calm and patient! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Dance in the wind! Take it!
Resonate with
One
the
more!
Yours are not the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
Driven and talented.
One more! One more time! There! One more!
I'm ready!
Go for it! Prepare to crumble! You're open! Go!
Regeneration!
It's now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
You're open! Go!
Regeneration!
Take it! Help this!
Here I go!
This one's mine! By the
stop.
power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
I'm not done!
Here's the courage! Blah, blah, blah! Sleep, where are you going?
Negative gate! Double Demon Fang!
Here I go! Go!
I'm ready!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I think I'm getting stronger.
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think...
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Xion... I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
This will be a delicious piece of...
Hey, you're burn in hell!
One more! Sleep now! By the power of flame! Finish with the shoot them out of the sky! Go for the weak point! Here I go! Got blah, blah, blah.
Be still!
One more!
Tornado drive!
Into the shadows!
Rising Wyvern!
There! Take it! One more! Radiant sun!
Shine! Radiant light!
Here! No more playing nice! Think again! You're open! Mega Ray! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Shine! Radiant
One
light!
more! Here comes Easter!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Vanish without a trace!
Now! Here I go! You!
This will come in handy!
Rising Phoenix!
Can't be alright! It's
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
Light and magic annihilation! Feel!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration
Radiant Pierce! Up and at 'em! Let's go! Annihilation! Air thrust!
Pulse of regenerate! Regenerate!
Dance in the wind!
Force Fire!
Stick in the wind! You're open!
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on one another?
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
I never miss! Magic is there!
Allow me to help.
Here I go! Help speak now!
I owe you one.
You all touch the way!
Denied!
Dragon
Burn!
Take it!
Take this!
Thrilling performance.
Airthrust field! Like that outlaw! There!
Negative
Help
gate!
this!
Eternal devastation!
Radiant Thunder! Radiant Pierce!
Shot!
Take
Take
blow!
Radiant Light!
Got I'm only getting started! All the sisters made one! Come forth, a healing of purity! Got it! And again!
Hurricane throw!
Now's our chance!
Finish it!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dana, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevericht 35 told us. The Danon and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dana's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dana the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's great spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
Sorry, but this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna! Right!
Shot up! Radiant! Thrilling performance! Regenerate!
Allow me to help you. Without a trace! Take it!
Shot! Radiant light! Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Sorry to... Thank you for the healing, Zohan.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
I'm only getting
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
It's over.
What in the world?
No hurry!
I'm alright.
Tear you to shreds.
I still think.
Deny! Win! Shine! Radiant light!
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
Free you!
light! Rain down!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double demon fang!
Fighting stars of light!
New death will come. Then tonight's meal is on you.
Sorry, keep going. I didn't want to put you off.
What are friends for if we can't depend on one another?
You're right. Bear that in mind.
Take bloody
howling on your knees.
Radiant, do it! Alpin, astral energy!
Say no more! That astral energy was incredible.
I gave it everything I had.
No further!
Radiant light!
Shiny! Without all radiant! Radiant without a trace! Still body services next week!
Regenerate! Allow me to resonate with the earth!
By the power of flame! May a thousand without a trace!
You picked the wrong fight!
Negative gate! Resonate with the earth!
Stalagmite!
On your knees!
May a thousand gales!
I'll stop it strong!
Time to let it rip!
You
paid for that!
Here!
Double demon
All
fang!
disasters made one!
Can't move!
Come for... The helix of purity!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Resuscitation!
I can carve through armor!
My pride was my downfall.
Here I go! One more!
Regenerate!
What would I do without
Maybe show Sasara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can handle herself.
I'm out of
You can be really dense, though, Helene.
Go! I'm only...
Shine! Radiant light!
I can't heal you forever! Sing again! Now!
The everlasting
Freeze Lancer! Dance in the wind! Feel! Get on in there, man! Go! Only getting started! I can feel the medicine working! Let me show you what my art can do!
Burn in hell!
It's showtime! One more! I'm only getting started!
Can't get out of this!
Sword Lane Alpha!
Take it!
Rain of
Magic
This'll
come in handy! Radiant! 1,000 gales! Radiant! Here! Radiant! Here! Radiant! Here! Out of ammo! Arrow forward! It's over! Radiant! Here! Sighted! One more! Radiant! Get on in there!
Prepare to be sealed!
Let me show you what my art
Of everlasting darkness!
Double demon fang!
Negative gate!
Demon fang!
Why'd you do it?
To stop you dying?
I am not beyond fury!
Take it! And again! Display! Divine Scream!
Double demon fang!
Fierce Sweep! May a thousand gales! Fierce Sweep! Trusty Nail! Radiant here! Radiant here! Out of ammo!
Ignite!
Dance in the wind! Watch and feel! I'll be saving Radiant here!
Rising
Radiant
focus!
here!
Everlasting
Radiant!
dark! Eagle ray!
Nail strike! One more time!
Can't get out of this!
Vanish without a trace in the wind! Air thrust!
Anything in order is order! Shine! Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
Double demon fang!
How are you being good?
Sorry, but this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
Resonate with the earth!
There! Got you!
Stalagmite! On your knees!
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
I'm ready!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alphen!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm right beside you! Our magic is out! In here!
Not today!
Free from regret.
Let's get you on! Resurrection! There! One more! When it is hot!
Resonate with the earth!
In here!
Stalagmite!
Radiant here! Take it! Alright! It's showtime!
Finish it!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
An opponent like this should be easy.
You can't get out of this!
Lightning orb!
Demon
Illuminate the soul!
Come on, deity!
Holy
Let me
land!
see what I can do!
I'm ready!
Not today!
Mega ray!
Elusive deity!
I'll bring you back from down a bit.
Megasonic thrust!
Shine! Radiant
Divine streak!
Dragon
Mega ray!
I owe you so much, Rinwell.
Maybe my arch do have a place in this world.
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done! Pathetic! And again! I'm only getting started! That'll bring you down! Now!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Shine!
Now!
Radiant
And
light!
again!
Rising weapon!
I'm in your debt, Dohalim.
So I still had room to grow.
Right, here goes! Eat dirt!
Finish without a trace!
You're mine!
Swarm! Explosion! Mega ray!
Explosive ring!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Sighted! Got you!
Ready and raring!
Radiant here!
Radiant light! Powers of regeneration! Regenerate!
Radiant light!
Don't suffer in silence!
Magic is out! Here!
Radiant light!
Permanent render! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Okay,
Render
You do the
There
same
you
for
go!
me!
Don't let up!
Behold! The earth pulse! Tectonic vision!
One more! Supernova! Raging Cascade! And again! You're
Bloody howling!
Rain there! And again! Ready to go!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
you picked the wrong fight!
Any
more of this and I'll burn out!
I'll smash you! Resonate with the earth!
I have no limits! Double Demon
Can't
Fang!
get out of this!
Demon Fang! Double
Where are
Demon
you
Fang!
going? Shine!
Demon
Radiant
Fang!
light!
Double Demon Fang!
Regenerate!
Demon Fang!
Leave the enemy's arc to me!
Sorry, but this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
Demon Fang!
I'm ready!
Alphen! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! That's some power you wield.
You're the one who did the heavy lifting.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it? Man, I'm famished.
Oh crap!
The sword-wielding Zugo?
And not just one, but four!
It thinks 2 extra hands is enough to beat me. Sorely mistaken!
Let's just focus on what's important.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
In a bind?
Let me show you what my art can do! Rise and shine! Resurrection! I'm expert! Come through! Holy Lance!
Dragon Sword!
Go! It's over!
Unity of your movement.
Radiant Pierce!
Destruction!
Mega Ray! Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce!
Try this!
Ignite!
They smash black and flame!
Mega Ray! Radiant Pierce!
Being
I'm out of
interrupted.
ammo! Watch and
Shine!
sweep!
Radiant
Go!
light!
Such unadulterated fury.
Radiant Pierce! It's over!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore the pain. I'll try to be more careful.
A
thrilling performance.
Resonate with the earth! Still out, Mike! On your knees!
Ignite!
Holy Lance!
Air pressure!
Think again!
Double Demon Fang!
Got
Demon
Radiant
Fang!
Cascade!
Double Demon Fang!
Radiant!
I'm not sure how we get out of this. Take this!
You mean... This
No
might
more
be the
playing
end?
nut. No, never. Stay strong.
Magic is here! Mega Ray!
It's time to finish this. Die! Consuming wildfire!
All disasters made one! Come for me!
What the?
I'll smash you!
Double Demon Fang!
I can't lose.
Let's get you all tucked away!
Take it. Go! Mega Ray!
Arrow! Thank you! so, Helene?
I only did what any other would.
I think you're nicer than you let on.
Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce! I'm out of ammo! I'm all stuffed up! Primed and ready!
Stay away from my friend!
Pierce! It looks like you got this one covered. I'll bring you back from death.
This one's all mine!
Photon Splash! I'll bring you back from death in here!
You picked the wrong fight!
Get out of there with now! Alvin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Let's go!
Through armor!
Regenerate!
You'll pay for that!
From beyond.
Such unadulterated
I'm
fury.
near death, Joker.
Any more of this and I'll burn out!
Radiant
You
light.
picked the wrong fight!
Regeneration! Regenerate!
It's in your
Here I
hands.
go! One more!
Shockwave Flash!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Sighted!
Demon
Go!
Fang!
I hope this medicine works as promised.
Demon Fang!
Mega Ray!
Demon Fang! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! By the power of flame! Take this!
Demon Fang!
Do!
Explosion!
Demon Fang!
There!
Let's put you out of your misery!
Mega Ray! Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce! Damn it! In here! I'm all stuffed up! Radiant Pierce! Amazing! Not long to go now.
We couldn't have done it without you, Winwell.
Thanks! Come on!
I'm right behind
Let's
you.
see when you get in there and finish this fight!
Watch yourself.
Foil!
Sense incredible power.
Resurrection!
Demon Fang! Destruction!
I'll grind you into dust.
Where are you going? This can't be happening!
I couldn't make it in time. In a bind, yours to be let free.
It's go time!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation.
What was that?
Full regeneration.
Sorry, but this fight ends here!
Now, Asuna!
Right! Here I go! Go! It's over! Radiant Pierce! They're not playing around! I'm out of ammo! I'm all stuffed up! Arc Shield! Not in your dreams! Here's another!
In a bind,
Blah, blah, blah! Thunder Blade! You get the gist! Holy Land!
everlasting shock.
Resurrection! Purge Malevolence! If it's in the sky, Light Astro Purge Malevolence! Go! It's Radiant Pierce! Leave now! Radiant Pierce! There with the others! Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce! I'm all stuffed up! Radiant Pierce! Now!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Got rid of the sword!
Looks like I won after all!
Except it doesn't look like that thing's finished yet. Not by a long shot.
Eat dirt!
Sighted. And again.
Crazy can't get out of this!
Demon Fang! Destruction!
Shine! Bring you down! Full of regeneration!
Demon Fang!
Regenerate!
Demon Fang!
Mega Ray!
I owe you. On your knees.
This art requires a quick focus.
Base. Blood rending you a bloody howling.
Holy
Resonate
Land!
with the earth.
I'm
From beyond,
Imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation. Shine. Radiant light.
I can't
Force
lose.
of regeneration. Regenerate. From beyond.
One more.
Imbue this vanquished soul with light. Resuscitation.
Not done yet!
Do you require a hand?
Vacuum
In a
blade!
bind.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Crush! Outline you into dust! From
Severing
beyond,
wind!
imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation!
Swordblade Alpha!
Shine!
can't
Radiant
lose.
light!
This is it.
Force of
Don't give up.
regeneration! Regenerate!
Thank you for the healing, Dovaline.
Our comrades need our ability to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Radiant
Shine!
Pierce!
Radiant light!
Radiant Pierce!
Beyond, imbue this
Step
vanquished
into the
soul
fray.
with light. Resuscitation! Shine! Radiant
still got
light!
some fight
Force
left in
of
me. Radiant
regeneration!
Pierce!
Regenerate!
Radiant Pierce! Dance in the wind! Radiant Pierce! I'll be saving
Shine!
this one!
Radiant light! Force
Arc
of regeneration!
sight.
Regenerate! From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with light. Resuscitation! Shine! Radiant light! Force
One
of
more.
regeneration!
Regenerate.
Regenerate! Allow me to help you. From beyond, imbue this
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for? We can depend on one
If it's in this, you're right.
Smart.
I'll bear that in mind.
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Roasting burn in hell!
Here I go! And again! By the power of blood! Finish without a trace! In here! Explosion! I'll be saving this one!
regeneration! Regenerate! See what I can do!
There!
Watch yourself.
One more!
This incredible power. Towards healing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. Glad you're on up.
Radiant Pierce! Rain down and Radiant Pierce!
No!
Damn it!
Can't
Out of
end here!
ammo! Don't leave me! Meteor! No more playing nice! Poodle! Radiant Light! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! I'm all stocked up! And again!
What the?
Instinct sharpened! Resuscitation!
Not done yet!
That everlasting darkness! Negative gate! Resonate with the earth!
Ready now!
On your knees!
Shattering of pieces! Attack time!
Resonate with the earth!
This one's all mine! Double Demon Fang! This one's mine!
Imbue this vanquished soul with life!
Such unadulterated fury.
What was I thinking?
Regenerate!
Pierce! Radiant Pierce!
Let us take to the fray! From beyond,
Radiant
imbue
Pierce!
this vanquished soul with
Radiant
life!
Pierce! Think again! Pathetic!
Shine.
Radiant
Radiant
Light!
light! Force
I'm
of
ready.
regeneration! Regenerate! From
Cyber!
beyond, imbue this vanquished soul
do.
with life!
Take this!
Resuscitation!
Swordblade Alpha!
Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce!
Radiant light!
Got it!
Force of
Pierce!
regeneration!
Finish it!
Now's our chance! Live! Demons descend!
Flashing bang!
My exploits are bearing fruit. And thus our strength yet grows.
dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that. It's just... this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Danon or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go! Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissance, for that matter?
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
Renasolma!
Is that like Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
Spirit's core? And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns, and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? Renasolma's inside that thing. I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Agreed. And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Great Spirit, I understand that you've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first,
you'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control!
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back! Give it all back! Give us back our world and give me back my own life!
Once and for all, we are going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now.
What in the Radiant here! Radiant here! Radiant here! Take it! One more!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. I'll try to be more careful.
Don't mind if I do! Back into the fray! Supernova! Here I go! I'm only weak now! Here! Let's get love away! Back into the fray! The enemy is going all out! Go! I'm only getting started!
Not today!
Illuminate the sun! And again! Radiant here!
Now I can let loose!
Radiant here! Raging cascade! Radiant here!
Resonate with you!
And again!
Stalagmite!
Raising you up! Radiant!
Double Demon Fang!
Armor won't save you!
Force of regeneration! Demon Fang! Demon Fang! You'll pay for that! Here I go! Demon Fang!
All disasters by the power of flame! Not in your dream!
Double Demon Fang!
Where are you going? Lightning condemned! Thunderblade! Blah blah blah! Magic! Holy Lamp!
Burn!
Purge malevolence!
Regenerate!
Our magic is there! Sleep now! I'll be saving this one! Resurrection! Let's go!
Take this!
Flawless flight!
Begin!
Alvin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Watch yourself!
Take it!
Incredible power!
You're mine! Seal! Radiant here! More with Radiant here!
They've got you in my sight.
There you go!
What in the world is this round thing?
That attack. Is this a Lord's handiwork?
I'm past being surprised.
I say we destroy it, and quick!
Magic is there!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Blah blah blah! And the seal! It's over! Radiant here!
I'm out of ammo. This can't be happening.
Sleep!
I hope this medicine works
More
as
for the
promised.
stockpile!
Lightning Viper!
The waters of creation! Blah blah! Go!
Double Demon Fang! Destruction!
Radiant here! There!
Shine, Astro!
If it's in my field, it's mine!
Shut him down!
Here!
Kill! Stay...
Ready to go!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Wave!
Let me show you what my arts can do!
Burn in hell!
Resurrection!
Can't get out of this!
That's gonna smart.
Ready and ready!
Win!
Radiant here! I'm out of ammo!
Strongest form!
I never miss!
Rending you apart!
Sleep now.
Watch yourself.
Let's get you off the
Incredible power!
Think again. You're open. Let's go.
Regenerate!
Demon Fang!
Don't give up. Radiant here.
You this thing!
Radiant here. Radiant light. Gale force.
Radiant light! Regeneration!
Regenerate. Mind if I do?
Another incantation ruined! Prepare to be sealed!
Demon Fang!
Everlasting shock!
Divine. Too much to handle.
Radiant light!
Can't be happening.
Maybe show Kisara a little kindness, huh?
She is strong. She can
You
handle
picked the wrong fight!
You can be really dense, though, Helene.
Holy
Here!
Double Demon Fang!
No!
Can't get here!
Celestial energy!
Can't get out of this!
Can't be happening.
Here goes!
Stalagmite! Scream!
Ready to go!
My reach is even wider!
Illuminate the blah 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 magic! Holy Lamp!
It's in your...
I hope this medicine works as promised. Here I go. Got you.
No! Alvin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. We just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust!
The Great Spirits!
Damn, must have been conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renaissama!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right, let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on, we've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such fate. Tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have!
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground!
Holy Land! Here I
Charge like that can easily be
This is
fatal.
looking good!
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Radiant light! Force of regeneration!
There! Got you!
You picked the wrong fight!
Mine!
Don't suffer inside.
Here I go!
Resonate with
Got
the
you!
earth.
Sorry, but this fight ends here! Go faster!
Now, Asuna!
Right!
Shine! Radiant
Sword Rain
light!
Alpha!
Where are you going? This one's mine! Here! Feel!
I owe you one.
I'll be saving this one!
Take this!
War with that Here!
Double burn in hell!
Let them nice in.
There! And it's dead! Explode!
Regenerate!
Thanks!
I'll be
Our hearts are
saving
being interrupted. On your
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
shine!
Radiant light!
Regenerate!
Another incantation ruined.
Demon Fang! You picked the wrong fight!
Here I go! Now again! Radiant! Here! Retreat!
Negative can't get out of this!
Magic Bam! Feel! I'll be saving this one!
Time to let it rip!
Shine!
The water will create storms!
Please, not today!
Shine! Tidal Wave! Take one more!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Shine!
Take this!
One more! Radiant! Here!
Coming through!
That'll bring you down!
Demon Fang! Swallow Blade! The flame inside is pure! You picked the wrong fight! You're mine! Swallow Blade!
Radiant here!
Double Demon Fang!
Radiant here! Radiant here!
This is...
Radiant here! Damn it! Out of ammo! Raging power! More where that came from! Explode! There! Go!
Your hands.
Fear sweep!
Be still! Rising Falcon!
Here, everyone! Get back! It's too dangerous! One more! You're mine!
Demon Fang!
Explode! Radiant light! Magna Ray!
Finish it!
Alpha! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! Double Demon Fang!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Demon Fang!
Resuscitation!
Now you see what I can do!
No
rest for the wicked.
Don't do it! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Back into the fray! And again! You're mine! I'll bring you back! Eat dirt!
You a bloody
Resuscitation! I've still got some fight left in me.
Shine! Radiant light!
Demon Fang! Burn in hell!
Regenerate!
Sight! Nail! Cross this!
Demon Fang!
Radiant here! Bloody! Radiant here! And this Radiant here! Radiant here! Damn it! Out of ammo!
Eternal Devastation!
Shine!
Demon Fang!
Force of regeneration!
Double Demon Fang!
Ready and real!
Dance in the wind!
Demon
I'm only getting
Fang!
started!
Double Demon Fang!
Radiant here! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Brace yourselves! We're going to crash!
We caught up to it.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right, then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
This madness ends! Right here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can get through this. Together.
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spear is getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
Holy Land!
Blood.
Mega Ray, where are you going?
Bloody Demon Fang! Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arms.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me!
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
Radiant here! Come forth, a healing Radiant here! Radiant here!
Damn it, my natural defenses are failing. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never.
Still got some
There!
left in me.
Go! You're mine!
Magic
Take it!
Feel
Help
this!
this!
More for the stockpile!
Radiant here! Radiant here!
Sealed!
Back into the fray!
Raging Cascade!
I'm ready!
Force of regeneration!
There!
Sealed!
Radiant!
I'll be saving this one!
I'm here!
More where that came from!
I take this!
Radiant here!
Holy
Radiant
Land!
here! Damn it! Out of ammo!
Here goes!
Watch and
Lightning
bleed!
condemned! Thunderblade! La la la!
Radiant here!
Holy Land!
Radiant here!
Can't get out of this!
Think again!
Suffer in silence.
You're open! Law!
You and me!
From here on out!
We did it!
Here I go!
One
Regenerate!
More
Regenerate!
for the stockpile!
Amazing!
All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it! It's back!
Take it!
Demon Fang!
Radiant here! Radiant here! Radiant, I can handle it! Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow, if that's what you mean.
Here, let me heal you. This can't be happening.
Resuscitation!
Here goes!
Shine! Radiant
I can't lose.
You picked the wrong fight!
Magic advance! Sight Holy Land!
Radiant here! Damn it! Out of ammo!
Photon blast!
Back into the fray! Do not!
Holy Glimmer!
Hurricane
Raging condemned! Thunderblade! If I'm not live magic, I never miss! Holy Lance! Time to burn! Radiant Spear!
You picked the wrong fight!
No more dithering!
Our future begins here!
Always impressive.
I guess that makes two of us.
Now all that's left is the middle!
Let's do it! Now I'm here! It's over! On with the stop time! I'm all stopped up! Sleep now! One more! Radiant here! This is it! Radiant here! Radiant!
This is looking good!
Don't suffer in
You picked the wrong fight!
I won't give up!
Forgive me. It's my fault.
Sweet dreams!
Blood, rending you on bloody holiday. It's in your hands now. From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life. Regeneration.
Stars of light!
Shine.
Rain
I
down!
can't lose.
Purify!
Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
Double demon fang!
Let us take this breath.
Radiant
Not
sword!
today!
I can do this all day! Resurrection! One
You do the same for me.
Pierce! Back into the fray! Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce! This one's mine! Pierce! Radiant Pierce! I'm out of ammo! I'm all stopped up! Don't try it! Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce!
I couldn't make it in time.
Radiant Light!
It's showtime! Reflection like a sin. They smite with blackened blade.
I won't give up!
Execution! Scream, pain, blood, rending you a bloody holiday. Rising from beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with love. Resuscitation.
The flame inside me is yours to be
I
let
can't
free.
lose!
You picked the wrong fight!
Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce!
Smite with blackened
Damn it!
blade.
Out of ammo!
Sonic thrust!
Back into the fray!
We did it!
On your knees.
Thrust! Air pressure! Double demon
Hey, if it's in the sky, it's mine!
Imbue
This is it!
vanquished soul with
Where
love.
are you going? This is it!
Resuscitation.
Got you!
Here I come!
It's over! I still got the fight left in me!
Can you take it? Resonate with the earth. Another incantation. Ruin.
Think again! Think again!
We did it!
Don't leave me!
Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Regenerate.
I'll be saving this
From
one!
beyond,
Resurrection!
can't get out of this.
I owe you. I'll confiscate! Think again! All disasters made one! Radiant Pierce! Portal!
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with life.
I'm on a roll! Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce! Lightning Orb! Now, primed and ready! Here's the lightning and you going! Who wants to die next? In here! Back into the fray!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Pierce!
Too much. I can carve through armor.
Ready! Radiant Pierce! Lightning again! Think again! Now! And again! Not in your dreams! Radiant Pierce! Radiant Pierce! Nothing gets by me! Razor Take it! Magic is there! In here! A new lease on life! I'm ready!
Eat dirt!
Resurrection!
Can't get out of this.
This ends now!
Alphen!
Yeah! We're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Xion.
Yeah.
I've returned, just as I told you I would.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
Xion! Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Hand it over right now. You plan to use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. Won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end. Save everyone. And Xion! Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the great spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only. I can't stand the sight. Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the great spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence? Just... because? Despicable as they were, even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing, only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! There! You will suffer at my hand! Ignite! Here I come! There! Incineration wave! The fury of the lightning! Not now, not ever! Out of nowhere! Can't end here! Now! Silence! I'll tear you apart. Slay the girl and the great spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the... Other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It mattered little to me. You... pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! The fury of lightning! You're mine! Ignite! There! Vacuum blades! I shall erase everything! I'll destroy you! All shall bow before me! Back this gun! There! You picked the wrong fight! Here I come! Vacuum blades! Incineration wave! Enough of your foolishness! Take this! You stop at my hand! It means yours to be let free! The fury of lightning! You will know nothing but agony! The fury of lightning! Not today! Resist! You're mine! Try this! Explosive ring! I shall That's everything! This should do it! I'll destroy you! All shall bow before me! Accept your fate! Die! Burn in hell! I am sovereign! You are nothing! Explosive ring! You will beg me for mercy! This one's all mine! Try harder! Here I come! Burn! You control others to keep from being controlled. That's a path of never-ending hatred. Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward. The weakness disgusts me. You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive! I have no use for forgiveness. The strong shall always triumph here.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who would support and guide you cared have been alone your whole life. All I remember is the lashes of whips. Each strike spreading a stream of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves for support. And the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship. Not there or anywhere else. Is there no way for you to see this differently? Enough! You gambled the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you.
Power is all! Try this! Blending Blast! Try this! Infernal Torrent! I approve of it! All others shall be banished! Good! Explosive Ring! Try this! Explosive Ring! The blazing sword. The power Shion has bestowed upon me. I'll take you down! Infernal Torrent! Ignite! Piston! Good! Infernal Torrent! Burn in hell! This one's all mine! The fury of lightning! Explosive Ring! You try this! Not today! This one's all mine! Explosive Ring! Try this! Blending Blast! Try this! You picked the wrong button! Piston! Explosive Ring! You will beg me for mercy! Blending Blast! Burn! Try this! Power is all! Try this! Blending Blast! Infernal Torrent! I approve of it! All others shall be banished! Try this! It's over! You are the last obstacle impeding my progress! Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun.
I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volrun!
I'm sorry. The Renaissance is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Rena's Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't! I would never! It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
That's it. Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength! Let's go!
I want to feel your heart right now. You are the place, my only home. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall with me over and over again. I'm barely breathing and breathing to that ground. But it's never time we all stand up. Stop いつも君と待ち続けた季節は何も言わず通り過ぎた雨はこの街に降り注ぐ少しのリグレットと罪を包み込んで泣かないことを誓ったまま時は過ぎ痛む心に気がつかずに僕は一人になった記憶の中でずっと二人は生きてゆける君の声が今も胸に響くよ
We've reached our destination. Why are you staring at me?
I could ask the same thing.
So this is how the Sovereign and Maiden are supposed to look. You two go great together.
Law, come stand between us.
Oh, sure. You want me to put something white on as well?
Of course she doesn't.
Take a closer look, Shion. It's a miracle.
What are you talking about?
This outfit, it's already got blue accents on it.
So I see.
Let's go!
What do you all say to taking the path less trodden for once?
Path? I don't see any path.
Do you mean that thing that looks like an animal trail? Path may be a generous term. I'm assuming you know where it leads?
My gut says to a bridge.
Poodle says your gut's wrong.
Really? Well, it is definitely in the right general direction.
Not that main roads are necessarily danger-free, but he does have an uncanny knack for insisting on some strange and unique routes.
Alvin always did like a challenge. Can't say I appreciate some of the more daredevil ways he's taken us, though.
Like the landslide he insisted was a shortcut before disappearing off the edge? Nearly gave me a heart attack.
I'll say, yet the intrepid explorer looked as happy as a pig in muck.
Probably best we stick to doing our own orienteering in the future.
Hey, so what about this route then?
Maybe if we pretend we can't hear him.
Don't you think the path forward is fraught enough without making extra problems for ourselves? Maybe best to reel it back.
Good point. I say we stick to the main track like
I will break down this wall! Shion, could we talk a moment?
I thought you had something to talk about. I was waiting on you.
Not really. Why? Should I leave you alone when I don't?
No, it's fine.
We used to really have to force these conversations when we started talking to each other, didn't we?
To say the least. Hey.
What is it?
Do you think you'd like to make something together?
Make what exactly?
Just if you wanna make dinner together. What did you think I meant?
Huh? Dinner? Dinner! Yes! Yes, of course! Dinner! Right.
What did you think I was talking about?
No, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what did you have in mind?
Well, do you recognize these ingredients?
This is... Wait, is this?
So you remember? That's right. We're going to fix the very first meal we ever had together. Although I remember it not being well received when we had it.
You still remember that, huh? I'm sorry, Shion.
I'm just teasing you, Alphen. I picked this recipe because it's easy to make, and I thought it would be a good choice for dinner, too. Anyway, let's get to work. With both of us making it, we should be finished in no time.
I never thought we'd end up eating alone like this again. Just the two of us.
Yeah. So much has changed when you look back on it. Well, I guess maybe not what we're eating, but still.
No, I'd say even that's changed too, in a sense. Our meals are a whole lot better now.
True. We've both come quite a long way in the culinary arts.
That's not exactly what I mean. How do I put it? It feels like eating together is a lot more enjoyable than it used to be.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Even after our battles are done, Dana is saved and our mission is finished, we'll probably still be sitting down to dinner like this, night after night.
Yep, I doubt that much will change. You've always got to eat at some point.
I hope our dinners will always feel like this.
Maybe not exactly like this. Hopefully we won't still be camping out.
Oh, no, not at all. I meant in a nice, warm house. One with a roof over our heads and a proper fireplace, instead of an open campfire.
And real chairs instead of these logs. Nice plates and silverware on a big dining table. Oh, and a proper kitchen. That'd be nice too.
And when it's time to fix dinner, we'll be in that kitchen.
Standing side by side.
Whoops. Looks like we made too much. I don't think we'll be able to finish all this.
Yeah, you're right. I'll see if anybody else is still awake. I'd really hate to have to throw it away.
Side by side, huh?
I think it's time we go to sleep. Morning. Ready to head out?